Hello, farmers, and welcome back to New Hope. It is a snowy February, but we're going to move on from February here rather quickly because I think we took everything we needed to in last time what we were doing here. Just keep an eye on the same over there. Hopefully everyone's having a good Saturday so far and a good start to the weekend. Hello, Uncle John. Welcome. Glad to see you here like always. First thing I will do is I will feed Sam because we're going to get rather busy once we get to March. We got to plant some fields. I do believe we planted some wheat and barley in the fall. This is going to be our last season here, question mark. I do believe, though. Let's see here. Soil. Yes, we got 3 fields planted. I think I said I'm going to plant oats in field number 11, and then over here I'm going to be putting in some rye. I think that was my plan. We're going to kind of stick to that. Let me go visit the chickens just to make sure that their eggs are all set. Looks like I took care of the eggs. We'll put that over here. There, they're all set. And I do got a grain trailer here with some sorghum in it. Actually, since I logged in, let me go ahead and make sure that's on feeding them. So that should automatically feed them, as we know, as they need some feed. They should be good to go. I just took care of the vegetable production as well. So that is pretty much topped off of what it needs to have. I didn't do parsnips or red beet because it's not going through it that much. I do believe we got all the peas that we do have in the veggie production, so that's good to go. If you missed what's been going on, we have no loans again. I took out my original loan, paid that off, took another loan, paid that off, took out another loan, paid that one off, and I think that's where we currently are at. We have no loans, and yeah, we're up to almost $900,000 in the bank account, so I think we're all set on borrowing money because, I mean, I spent a lot of money on the pelletizer haul, which, well, I'm doing it so you don't have to, kind of a thing. And yeah, we spent a lot of money in a lot of other places, but we've paid everything off. And it looks like the veggie production already has a good number of pallets out here to be sold in March, which I may not get to right away because I think I may just get right into the planting. But let's get on out of February because it's snowing and I don't want to see snow right now in the game or in real life. I just don't want to see it. Let's go ahead and hit the snooze button. Actually, let me check the sale page just to see what's there. Not that I couldn't afford anything outright with almost 900 grand, but what do we got here? Yeah, nothing there particular that I would, you know, I'm kind of looking there just to see what it's throwing at me because maybe I will want to try something else, but I don't think so. Yeah, let's go ahead and sleep. So the sawmill and those productions down in the village, I think a couple of them are out of material, but at $900,000 and this being possibly our last season here on New Hope, I'm not too concerned if it runs dry or whatever. I mean, we'll take care of it this month, but I just want to get out of February. The sun is shining, which is good. It's a little frosty this morning, kind of like my house in real life today. Woke up with a little bit of frost on the ground. Let's go ahead and we'll grab the Big Roy, which should be, there it is. We'll grab the Big Roy and we'll get ahead and start planting some oats to start today. We do got enough fuel, but I'll top it off just because. Wow, it didn't seem like it was that low on fuel, but it did take over $1,000 worth of diesel. So we're doing a lot of cereal crops. We can get a lot of straw to do straw pellets, which, well, with my experience with the pelletizer and the Primos, it's been rather interesting, to say the least. Let's see here. I guess I will top this off. I think I got enough seed, but fertilizer, not so much. So we'll go ahead and get that unfolded here. Now I could top off in 2 of these locations, but we're going to go to the seed hut. All right, and this should fill up with seed. And then that one is still full, so we got to go to this one here. And solid fertilizer. There we go. We're all set. I don't have any weeds anywhere, right? I don't think, because I think all the fields we plowed because we had veggies. So I don't think I had to take care of any weeds anywhere. No weeds, no weeds, no weeds. Oh yeah, we did take care of the weeds over here. We can see that they're all dead. Yeah, because that was a sunflower field last season, so that did not need to be plowed. So yeah, we're all set there. All right, Big Roy, let's get going. Let's get some oats into the ground, and then we'll get some rye into the ground afterwards. So we'll plant some oats, and then we'll check on our like sawmill and such. Probably go cut down some trees, get that stuff all taken care of. Then we'll come back to the farm and plant rye in the other two small fields. Let me get this on the drill. Unfold that. Yeah, so the reason why this will be our last season, I do believe, here on New Hope, is we're going to be going to Kingley when it comes out in early November, which is just a few weeks away. Sounds weird saying that November is just around the corner, but it is. And hard to believe at that point when Kingley does come out. That pretty much means that Farming Simulator 25 has been out almost a year already. This seems like yesterday we were all sitting around twiddling our thumbs waiting for FS25 to be released. Oh man, my steering is all over the place with articulated tractor and a drill. Taking me a moment to get used to it. So we're going to be making lots of straw. We will make our straw bales this year for the pelletizer. Going to be using Farmer G's baler where it can make the capacity of the bales 9 times as large. That way we won't have so many straw bales, but we'll have a lot of liters per bale. And yeah, we're going to be making loads of straw pellets. I think the pelletizer and Primos will have a hard time keeping up. Well, it's not the Primos. The Primos seems to be able to make straw pellets faster than what the pelletizer can put them on pallets. And again, this will probably be the only time in FS25 that I do pellets. It's just like I remembered, where it's like, I don't want to do it, but then every time FS comes out with a new edition and the mod comes along, it's like, well, I'll give it a try in this edition just to see if it's any different. Kind of like the same thing on Dark Forest when I did olives. I was like, well, we'll give it a try. And it's like, yep, just like I remembered it in 22. Come on, Big Roy. Find the right gear. We got the horsepower, but it seems to be the traction that's a little bit of a problem. We got some wheel slippage. I don't remember having this much trouble getting up the hill, though, before. Although, we do have a plowed field this year, so maybe that's what's causing us not to get the good traction that we need. I think once we get on top of this hill here, we'll be okay. Plus, we are hauling quite a bit amount of weight behind us with, let's see, what do we got? Like 10,000 liters of fertilizer and like 11,000 liters of seed. Don't know how much weight that would actually be, but I would assume it's quite a bit. So yeah, not a whole lot of spring planting to do, so I'm thinking we might actually get right into harvesting in today's stream. Of course, that'll be, we have to get to the month of June, but once we get these 3 fields planted, yeah, I don't have any weeds I'll have to take care of, because I think all the rest of the fields were plowed, so no weeds. We can kind of just take care of the animals and take care of the production buildings, and that's it. I wonder if I were to sell the Big Roy. Big Roy is something I bought used. I got the money. I could sell the Big Roy and buy like a quad track. Like the versatile quad track. I've used the Big Roy on Dark Forest. And the reason why I'm using it here because it came up used and it's like, that'll come in handy. Also, this is a manual transmission. Is that going to be a CVT or a power shift? It is. How much would that cost if I were to put the biggest engine at 665, versatile, crawler track, crawler track broad? $573,000 for that. Sure. All right, we're going to detach the Big Roy. I'm not going to sell the Big Roy. I'm going to keep the Big Roy. But let's go park up the Big Roy, and we'll put the versatile quad on there. I mean, no sense in selling the Big Roy. I don't need the money. I still got $273,000 in the bank account. Hello, number 1. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Appreciate you stopping on in for a little bit of farming today. So we're going to swap out one versatile for another. A little bit more horsepower, and also not being a manual transmission, I think it'll handle the hills a little bit better. So I can give this a wash. Before we park it on up. First time catching a live stream? Well, welcome. Huge fan of the No Man Land series, and I wanted to know if you're doing one in 25. Now here's the thing. I've done at least 3 different series on No Man's Land. So I'm not sure what series you're talking about, but you're probably, if I'm going to guess, talking about the storyline one. And I may do something like that in 25. I'll have to wait and see. But right now, I don't have nothing in the works to do something like that. All right, let's grab our new Versatile that we just purchased for almost 600 grand. That should be you. Enter vehicle. Yep, palletizer is empty. Because, well, we got no pallet, or we got no bales to put in there. One where I start with a sawmill and greenhouses and chickens, like an FS22. Well, I do basically an FS22 on No Man's Land, where I start with pretty much nothing. I pretty much do that almost on every series I start. Although the current one I got for my recorded series, the Shamburgo series, that one there I actually just started with whatever the map gave me to begin with. That's the first time I've done that in quite a while. But like this live stream series here, I mean, we did start with nothing, but I did borrow 3 million, which we did pay back. I mean, if you like series where I pretty much pay for everything that we get, that's almost every series. I will say, though, when we go to Kingley, which comes out in a couple weeks, I will probably do that like I did on the Riverbend Springs when FS25 came out. I'm probably going to borrow a whole lot of money. That way we can get right into doing all the new stuff that the DLC have. But we'll try to pay it back as we go. So another new tractor on the farm. Now, I think this time last season, year number 11, I think I only had 3 or 4 tractors. I think I'm up to about 8 tractors now. All right. I mean, it's kind of a new setup. Still a versatile tractor, but a little bit more horsepower. And hopefully with a little bit more traction as well. Loving the Shamburgo series? Well, later on tonight, I'll be recording Monday's episode. I think there I left off. I think we're harvesting on Shamburgo currently. So I'll probably be doing some harvesting later on tonight, recording that and getting that out, so you guys have something to watch on Monday. Yeah, originally I wasn't planning on streaming New Hope today, but next week I may not be streaming as much. I gotta head out of town again, so I know Tuesday I won't be here. Wednesday I won't be here. And Monday, I'll want to stream ATS, American Truck Simulator, because the Halloween event came out, which, by the way, episode will be out tomorrow. If you're a channel member, you already have access to it. It was rather interesting doing my first delivery of Halloween goodies. All right, let's see how the versatile quad handles the hill. The Big Roy struggled. I'll say struggled. It had a hard time finding the right gear to get up the hill. And that's why I went with the broad crawler track, just to give me a little bit more traction. I will say I do love on the Schambergo series. Yeah, the series, some people don't like it because it's going, I've been told it's going too slow. Which, you know, I kind of like the slower pace stuff. But I do love that map, the way it's laid out. The road work is a little tricky here and there. Thing is, I play on it like about 1 day out of the week. So by the time I think I know the road system, a week goes by, and I kind of forget the road pattern a little bit. Well, looks like the versatile quad is not having too much trouble with traction getting up the hill. But obviously the cart, the seed cart, is a little bit lighter. Hello, Panther Killer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. You're also getting to what I might stream next week. There's a couple more games. A couple of demos have come out in the past week. Because I think it was Next Fest was this past couple of days. And some people, developers have released some demos. We may give them a couple of tries here and there. You go and make a sandwich, you buy a new tractor. You made a 5-pound sandwich, and I spent $600K on a new tractor. Yes, I did. I figured I got the money. I don't need it. I don't got any loans. Let's just keep spending money foolishly, because why not? I'm not taking the money with me anywhere. And I don't think I'll be using tractors this size on Kingley, but you never know. But I don't. On Kingley, I want to kind of keep it a small-ish farm. But we'll see how it goes in a couple weeks when that comes out. Yeah, but this seems to be doing a little bit better than what the Big Roy was doing. Hello, Miles. A good weekend to you. course, yesterday we were doing a little bit of racing on the channel. I think actually yesterday on Forza Horizon 5. I think I had a pretty good win ratio yesterday. Seemed like we were doing pretty good. It'll be interesting to see what Project Motor Racing, when that comes out. That one there, I might use the steering wheel over the Xbox controller. Just remind me though, I think I got another video I need to post on Project Motor Racing. I think they released another video and I just didn't get a chance to look at it the other day. Yeah, this quad is pulling this drill much better than I thought it would compared to the Big Roy. Hello, Branding Iron. Welcome. Hope your weekend is going well. You deleted your 50 level 100-hour tune. Got to redo it and had my map open. Now, depending on what game you're playing, usually when you go to delete something, even if it's by accident, they usually ask you a couple times, are you sure? So we are planting oats here in field number, I think it's 11. Then, like I said, we're going to go down, grab our Fendt 1050 and get some wood put into our productions down there. Probably going to get rather lazy on the farm here in the last season. Just because we're making so much money now, it's not too crucial to keep every production up and running. And again, all those production buildings I have down there at the village, originally they were for building constructible houses, but since we're not going to try to build another house here in the last season, we're just running them. We were, though, taking a lot of that stuff and helping to pay off the loans that I've taken out. But again, I don't have any more loans to pay off. And the veggie production is going to be producing still quite a bit. Welcome, Bob. Hope your last few days have been going good for you. So as we get closer wrapping up our series here on New Hope, I do love the map, even though I've only been kind of stuck in a corner. I mean, we pretty much have been using about a little bit more than half the map. We've been down by the village, of course. We got our little forest over there of our oak trees, but mainly up here in this corner where the farmyard is. The only thing I will say a negative about the map is the dip right over there where you go down and back up the other side. I think it's just a little bit too steep, only because not many people are going to want to farm on that. So it kind of takes away a little bit of the map space. I mean, I guess, you know, unless you're one of those hardcore players that like to use every square inch of the map, you're probably not, it's not going to bother you too much. Although if you're playing multiplayer, then, you know, that's a big area that you're kind of missing out on. When I leave, I'll be doing a how the farm used to look. No, I don't plan on. Just because here in New Hope there was nothing up here. The only thing that was up here is the field that we're in. Yeah, the only thing that was up here is the field that we're in. There was no buildings, no equipment. I didn't even own this field on day one. Of course, we started with absolutely nothing. Just me and my cowboy hat and my mustache walking around with $3 million that the bank gave me. Well, I just realized I don't think I can plant rye until April. All right, let's fold this back up. But let me just double check. I don't think I can plant rye until April. Rye. Yep, not until April. Just park this right over here for now. It's pretty much out of the way. Let me switch this over to rye. Again, I think rye will give me straw, but if it doesn't, that's fine. We'll have plenty of it with every other crop going. What the heck was going on in here? This is not where I left you. Nope, not in the telehandler. Gotta get this set back up because this is not looking right. There, it looks a little bit better. Yes, I bought a New Holland T8 just to run the Primos to make straw pellets. That's currently where that is at. Hey, buddy, what's up? He seems happy. All right, yes, my 1050. Let's... Boy, look at all the vehicles I own nowadays. Where's my... There's my 1050. I'm guessing there is no wood here. No, looks like there is none. I mean, it sounds like there's wood here. The sawmill sounds like it's running, but... Let's go grab some trees. So, let's see. The paper mill, the sawmill, and the carpentry are the buildings that do take wood. Yeah, so what are we, like, about just a little over 2 weeks away from Kingley. Again, if you're not been following along what that map will be, or what the DLC will be for Farm Sim 25 when it comes out in 2 weeks' time. Oh, good, I always love cutting a tree twice. But yeah, it'll be a new map by Giants. I do believe it's based in Scotland. And we'll be doing some actual fishing on the map, along with some onion harvesting. That'll be a new crop for Giants themselves. Although onions have been done before with mods. And we'll be doing a lot of JCB tractors, because that will be part of it. Had to figure out which way the tree wanted to go. Let's see, we'll just cut that right there. How did I walk past this tree? I don't know. You're really back into Forza. I've been playing 3, 4, and 5. I apologize. Or, I'm glad you got back into it. One or the other. Yeah, I really am thinking... I may try it if I get a chance to play a little bit this weekend. Off camera on Forza Horizon 5. I may go from... Again, I think I'm on expert. I may try to go up to the next level and see if I can win any races on that. Because we raced all day yesterday in expert, and no, I didn't win every race, and yes, I had races where I did terrible. but we still won a good number of races as well. Really enjoying thanks to me? Well, it's not really thanks to me. You should be thanking the developers of Forza. I'm glad you're having fun, though. Again, that's the whole point of playing games, is to have fun. Well, this 1050 with dual wheels on it makes tracking these trees. I thought the Fendt 942 did a pretty good job, but this 1050 is this... It's acting like there's not even a tree behind it. Yeah, I've been having a blast playing Forza Horizon 5 myself. I know racing is something new that I'm doing on the channel, but I think we're starting getting some followers. Some new people joining the channel that probably just like the racing aspect of things. And again, in late November, that's when Project Motor Racing comes out, and I'm sure I'll be looking into that when it comes out. I do hope in Project Motor Racing they have like a championship season where it's like 16, maybe 17 races and you race for a championship. They don't really have that in Forza. Forza 5 at least. I mean, we did a little bit of a championship season yesterday, but it's only 3 races. I mean, maybe there's a championship season in Forza, I just haven't got there yet. I've only played about 25 hours of it. Yeah, Road Kings is due out next year. I forgot what the other one was. That is a Australia. What's the name of that one? I did the demo version of it. I got to check on. Actually, I think I got to check on Discord what the name of that one is because I kind of forgot. Oh, Truck World Australia was the other driving game I was looking at. I know they've had some beta testers. I could have been a beta tester, but the thing is, I don't think I could have done videos or showed anything on it. When it comes to that kind of testing, I don't like doing it because if I can't showcase it, then it does me no good in some sense. Sometimes it's kind of hard because, yes, I am a Giants partner, and I do get some information from Giants themselves and with embargoes and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes I know things like a week in advance and I can't say anything. So far, I don't think I've accidentally said anything that I shouldn't have. But it's kind of sometimes hard to know something that's coming, but you can't say what's coming until a certain time or date. Alright, the sawmill is up and running. I will bring another tree to it. But this one here is going to go to the paper mill. It's nice when a streamer reignites the interest back into playing games that we used to play in the past. Yeah, because I mean, like Forza is a no. Whoop, I'm watching the tree, not my tractor. Yeah, Forza Horizon 5's been out for years, and I just got into it. But my goal is to be entertaining. At least I try to be. The only thing about Forza that gets me a little bit, like yesterday, I lost a couple races and didn't do too well in them. But then they were like, maybe you should lower your skill level. And I was like, no. And then I think the next 3 races, it was like win, win. Like, that's why I don't want to lower my skill level. And I do like the challenge. I don't want to be winning every race either. Hello, Soroya. Welcome. Hope you're having a good weekend. Well, I didn't expect that whole tree to go right down the alley like that. Alright, we'll get one more tree for the sawmill. Again, not too concerned about keeping these productions going. But I do want to mix up the jobs a little bit today. Just don't want to be doing nothing but field work. I don't think I need to be planting any more oak trees, because one, if I do plant them, it'll take 2 years for them to be fully grown. And I'm not going to be here 2 full years. This is probably something I won't be doing on Kingley, which is forestry work. Unless I need to make pallets for the onions. Boy, it's been so long since I saw the video on Kingley, but I can't remember if I got to make pallets for the onions or not. I think the production for onions is packaging onions. Kind of like what we're doing for the carrots in the veggie production. Hello, Brian. Hope you've been well. Thanks for popping on in for a bit. Well, Bob, I planned to kind of showcase everything on Kinley. Because obviously, yes, the DLC comes out in a couple weeks. It's not a free DLC. If you have the Season 1 pass or you bought the DLC as separate, you'll have access to it. But yeah, it's not a free DLC, so not everyone's going to have it. So I want to make sure I showcase off what the DLC has. And that way people can make up their mind if they want to purchase the DLC or not. So that way, that's what I'm saying. When we get on Kinley the first day, I'm probably going to borrow a ton of cash, and we'll get right into almost everything. Now let's go get the top half of that tree. I wasn't quite sure when I bought this little plot of land over here and I planted all these oak trees. I was wondering if I can keep up with the sawmill, but it worked out. We stayed ahead of what we needed. We kept planting when we felt like we needed to, and I never had to get to our fourth row of trees, so it's nice that we had a surplus of wood. And also, we didn't cut down... I don't think I've cut down any trees on the map. All the trees that we cut down were just the ones that we planted. That was another thing that kind of stalled our building constructible houses, because obviously I planted the oak trees and we had to wait 2 years for them to grow before we can get the sawmill up and running. Alright, we'll park the Fendt right there. The heck is all this? Oh, all this stuff over here, I just realized all this stuff over here is, well, some of it is part of the grain mill museum, I do believe. I think that's part of the grain mill museum, or maybe not. I mean, that's going back about 10 months, but I thought that was part of it. Oh well. All right. Wait. I don't think I took care of the chickens this morning, meaning move their eggs. Horses got enough feed; they're fine, and the chickens are doing good. But yeah, let's go ahead and make sure I move their eggs over. Ooh, what the heck? I think somehow I accidentally grabbed the trailer. So, a little bit of crushed eggs, but they're fine. Let's get this back to where it was feeding the chickens. Alright, let's try this again. Let's move this here. Just slide these over here. And we'll put this right back there. Alright, so they're good. What is this? This is my Mercedes. Yes. What do I got? What do I need to take care in the veggie production? Okay, we're almost out of carrots. All right, so about 40,000 liters of parsnips, red beets, and 60,000 liters of carrots. I think peas, I think if I remember, I've gone through all the peas. But carrots and parsnip we got loads of. Just got to find them in my silo here. Where the heck are they, man? Did I go? There we go. Carrots. So the carrots, they're being boxed in the veggie production. Parsnips are being made into parsnip soup, and red beet is being made into beet soup. Every time you move a half-empty egg pallet, then move it back, it spawns a new pallet rather than filling the empty pallet of eggs. It should... I mean, as long as you put the pallet back into the spawn area, it should continue to fill it. At least that's been my experience. Alright, about 40,000 liters of parsnips. Tafton volcano seems to be extinct, is waking up after 700,000 years. Does any volcano actually ever go extinct, or just are they always rebuilding? That's the way I look at it. Alright, so red beet next. I think red beet's going to be... Oop, nope, there it was. And 40, close enough. And for those wondering, I already got, before the stream started, I did go ahead and take care of the water tanker. So it's constantly putting water in. But it does remind me how my greenhouse is looking like. Alright, so we're going to need some manure in the greenhouses here soon. I guess I could grab the telehandler and go do it. Or... how much is that wheel loader? Maybe I'll buy a wheel loader with a bigger bucket. So instead of a 2,000 liter bucket, I'll buy a wheel loader and a huge bucket. But we can go one more month. And then I'll sell... I didn't sell any of this stuff today. So we're going to have a load of stuff to sell tomorrow. And we'll buy a wheel loader and a bucket. And we'll take the manure from the horse barn and put it into the greenhouses. We'll spend some more money on stuff that we don't need. Yes, just sleep. I think we're fine. I think we're fine money-wise, production-wise. I think everything's kind of taken care of. Sounds like rain, not hail, right? Yeah, that's rain. Technically, the forecast saying it's not raining out, but whatever. Okay, so the first thing I'll do this morning is we'll visit the chickens. Just activate that because I didn't activate it last time. There we go. Getting their feed. There, put that aside. Let's get into the truck. Let's go ahead and sell some of this material out of the veggie production. So I can buy my wheel loader and a big bucket. Then we'll move some manure around. Trying to think if I've owned a wheel loader yet in 25. I don't think I have. So a trailer load, I usually sell about $225,000 worth of material here. So one trip will pay for the wheel loader. But of course, we got more than a trailer load to sell. I probably got like 3 in all. So we got preserved food beetroot. We got chili sauce, ketchup, beetroot soup, and carrot boxed. I probably got some parsnip stuff on there as well. But the game can only show 5 different items that you're carrying. I do believe I got parsnips on here. Don't think I have. I assume you mean on a wheel loader. I don't think I have either. Or did I may have on Riverbend Springs. I'm trying to think if I did. What would I have used it for there? I still got that save file from Riverbend Springs because I want to see if the fishing will be done on Riverbend Springs in the middle of that map. So that was $190,000. Not quite the money you usually get, but probably not the best time of year to be selling that stuff either. All right, wheel loaders. Well, let me make sure I'm getting the right wheel loader for the bucket that holds 10,000 liters. What does that hold? That holds 4,000 liters. That holds 3,000 liters. That holds 5. There is one that holds 10. Oh, there it is. Probably that one. 5, 10. Yes. And that one goes into the L180H Volvo. Safety frame. What's that adding? Oh, it's the safety frame around the engine. We'll go with at least that. Safety beacon. Well, we'll do it. That added that little beacon right there. I think we go with that. All right, 300 grand for a wheel loader because why not? And then the 10,000 liter bucket for 23,000. Enter vehicle. Hello, Crystal. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Can't remember if it was an FS15 or 17. But I had a bucket that held 25,000 liters. It was hard to find a wheel loader that can manage that. I think I used it in 17 for moving silage around. If I did, it was for you loading stones for your floating stone production. Yeah, I don't think it was there because I do remember on Riverbend I used the belt that were exactly the same belt that we're using at our stone production there, so I do like wheel loaders on my farm. I just don't find many opportunities to use them. And of course, even if I do have an opportunity to use it, I gotta find, or at least get to a point on the farm where money is not a problem. Because it's a big expense for what like a telehandler can do. And I use a telehandler for a lot of different things. So basically, I just spent 300 grand just to move some manure around. That's that's all I get. That's all I got it for. Just to move some manure around. Just spend 300 grand. And this will probably be the only time I use it. But again, I'm not taking any money with us when we go to Kinley or any other map. When I leave here, everything just stays. But basically, this bucket holds 4 times as much as the telehandler bucket holds. New toy. That's all it is it's a nice little toy. Hello, Lindsay. Did you lose any of your races? I mean, if you're referring to yesterday in Forza Horizon 5, of course I lost races. I would say in Forza yesterday in the live stream, I probably won 25 to like 33% of the races, which is a rather high win rate. That's why I've been thinking about going from expert to, I don't know what the next level is there. Oddly enough, it still sounds like it's raining. Never mind. just as I said it, the rain's like, yeah, I hear what you're about to say. It's still raining, and then it just stopped. Wow, the horses had a lot of manure built up in there. So after we get this manure all shifted to the greenhouses, we will plant the rye, which is not going to take us too long. And then, yeah, we're going to get right into harvest season. And start doing some straw pellets. So this is the fourth bucket. That's 40,000 liters of manure I've moved, and their manure pile just keeps on refreshing. But basically every bucket I put into a greenhouse, that's like 10 months worth of manure. Dang horses, when's the last time I cleaned out the manure? Now, of course, with Farmer G's greenhouses, there is a buy point for manure, and it is so much, it is rather cheap to buy manure. For what I spent on this wheel loader, I could have bought so much manure and put it into a trailer and loaded it into the greenhouses for many years before I needed a wheel loader, but what fun would that be? Why are you missing out the greenhouses next to the big barn? Not sure what you're asking there, Bob. Why are you missing out the greenhouse? If you're talking about that little tiny greenhouse over there, that was making root crop for the horses, and it's not really needed. All right, horses, how much manure do you have left? I did not know you're going to have that much. All right, they still got like 4 more buckets worth. Yeah, but that small greenhouse to the left, that was making carrots for the horses. And I did that at the very beginning, but now I don't really, oh, no more space for manure. We don't really need it. Well, I was not expecting to have so much manure from the horses that I could fill up all the greenhouses. But it looks like we have done so. Wait, that took it all? Alright, we'll go get another bucket. So just picture every trip I've made up here with the wheel loader. If I was using my telehandler, it would be 4 times the amount of trips I would have done. Does it justify the price for this for probably the only time I'll use it on the series? No, but it's been fun. Maybe not the backup sound. I know some people don't like the backup sound of the wheel loaders. I think people told me that when I used it in 22. It doesn't bother me too much because that's what equipment like this does. Ah, no more manure is starting to respawn in the pit. Is there an adapter plate for the telehandler that can take wheel loader tools for tele... There probably is. The problem that you're going to have is I'm guessing the telehandler will not be able to manage that much weight. I mean, I might be able to handle it, but I'm going to probably say maybe not. I need the baler. I don't think I need any of the hay making stuff, so we'll just park this right here. Alright, into our new versatile quad. Oh, it's called a Delta Track. Let's go plant some rye. Not going to take us too long to do this part. And then once we get these 2 fields done, which should only take me a couple minutes, we'll get back into our Mercedes truck, and I want to sell the stuff out of the veggie production. Because we're probably going to be skipping a couple of months after we get this done. And I got to make sure the veggie production does not get too full of material. So pretty soon we'll be doing some straw pellets. Well, I say pretty soon. We gotta get to harvest season, harvest, bale, and then start putting the bales into the Primos. So this year I'll probably end up using both combines last year. Well, I did use both combines last year too. But we only had to harvest one field with those two combines. All the other fields were done with the root crop harvester or the lease pea harvester that we had for a bit. But this year, since every field is a cereal crop, I'm pretty sure both the Lexion and the John Deere X9, or is it 9X, will be busy in the fields. Let's see, how are you going to go up the hill? I mean, nothing does well going up this steep hill, as I mentioned earlier. But you seem to be doing rather well. Did rather well considering the steep incline that we have. I guess at the current rate, if I were to stay here longer, meaning going into year 13, I would probably sell this air cart and drill and upgrade it for a bigger one. I mean, honestly, this drill here is about the correct size I need for this farm anyways. But if I were to stay here another year, I probably would expand and do some more fields. And that's where the bigger drill would come in handy. Not to say that this is not a big drill, but let's see, this is like, I think, an 18.5 meter wide. I think I used the Bolgart somewhere, which is the 30 meter wide drill. Wait, did I? Maybe I haven't. Trying to remember the live series. So we were on Riverbend Springs, of course. Then we went to Fresh Stocks. Maybe it was on Fresh Stocks I used it. Then we went to Riverview after Fresh Stocks. and then we did Dark Forest. And now we're on New Hope. And my recorded series have been Penier and currently Shamburgo. Was that Mythical Forest 22 or 25? Oh, Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I think that was my last recorded series in 22. Mythical Woods. That was the one with the mine, or the quarry with like the stones and gold and all that kind of stuff. Which after I realized we got into it, how OP, even on a hard economy, the mine was. I was like, wow, can't do that. I'm making way too much cash on that. Nice map, but the mine just made way too much cash. I think Branding knows my maps better than I remember playing on, because it took me a while. I'm like, okay, Branding knows those FS22. That's when I started thinking, what map was on 22? So I should have plenty of seed and fertilizer to finish off our last field here. I'm very surprised because this little section to our left there, I kind of kept it as meadow grass. Yeah, the horses just do not eat that much at all, so didn't need that much hay. I think I cut the meadow grass more for silage bales in the beginning for income, but once we got a decent amount of production buildings down, we were, yeah, we hit that that teetering point on the farm to where it's like, I need money for this, I need money for that, to where, okay, the money's coming in fast as I can spend it, to now in the past like 3 or 4 or 5 streams, it's been like, what do I want to spend it on? We'll just throw money at this and this, and we'll try it. As I mentioned, in year number 11 in April, I think I had 3 tractors, and I think now I got like 7 tractors. Just because. And not those small tractors. We bought... well, we swapped out the 942, which I bought used at one point, and we bought a brand new 1050. Bought the New Holland T8. We just bought this one for like 600 grand. No, Bob, no, I don't have any loans whatsoever. if I had loans, I would definitely pay them off because I never. I may have done so once before. I can't recall, but every time I end a series, I make sure I don't own the bank anything, and that everything on the farm is paid off in full. I know some people want me to do the challenge like I did in FS19 of the, well, originally it was a $50 million challenge, meaning I had to pay back, I owed the bank $50 million. I know some people want me to do that challenge again. Obviously, it would require some good production buildings to do something like that. Maybe after the Kingley series, we'll do something. No point giving the new owners of your farm your old debts. Better let them start fresh. Now, I'm a good farmer. I just tell them, come on in, and the way I look at it when I leave a series, I'm still the farm owner, but someone else can run the farm if they want to. No, but it's very rarely do I take money from one farm and I go start another one. The last time I did that was in 22 though. I was on what was the name of that small map? Solyndra. I was on that small map Solyndra, and when I sold everything where I left, I think it was just like 2.5 mil, and I went to Goldcrest Valley with that. But as you know, starting with like $2.5 million, by the time you buy land and just some startup equipment, $2.5 million doesn't get you that far, but it does get you a good starting point. I have no idea how much this farm is worth, but I would say probably $6 or $7 million easy. So if I were to sell everything and took $6 or $7 million with me to Kingley, I mean that would pretty much get you really started with some very good stuff, and have some good profit in the first couple of years to where you probably would never have to take out a loan. And yes, I have done series where we started with nothing. And also one of the rules was I can't take out a loan. But that entails doing a lot of contract work, and it's kind of interesting to see the amount of people that don't like watching videos or live streams where you're doing contract work, because there's really no difference in what you're viewing, because it's still farm work. But some people just don't like watching contract work, which is, to each their own. I can't grasp the concept of why, because it's still, I mean, just say the last 2 fields I planted, if that was a contract work, I'm still doing the same thing. I'm still driving a tractor with a planter. But whatever. Because I got a lot of comments about that on the Penier series, where I was doing a lot of contract work. Because I think on that series I couldn't take out a loan, and a lot of people's like, oh, you shouldn't be doing contract work. I'm like, well, how am I supposed to earn money if I can't take out a loan and can't do contract work and start with nothing? I got to make money somehow. Probably should have rinsed this off, but we're just going to go ahead and park it on up. It does seem like even those headers over there are slightly moving as well. Yeah, they are. Interesting. We know my case planter does the same thing, but that just rolls forward. All right, sit next to your cousin, the big Roy. Mercedes. Let's jump back into the Mercedes and we'll sell some more stuff from the veggie production. So Mercedes is down here. I just learned a long time ago you can't make everyone happy in how you do videos or whatnot, so I just play sort of my style on how I want to do it. Like I said, I've gotten comments on Shamburgo. People don't want, they said stop watching because it's taking too long to progress. But on that series there, I'm not doing contract work. Most of my live stream series, well, this one in Dark Forest, there are no other farms, so there's no contract work I can do. Well, this one here, there are a couple of other fields, but I haven't done contract work. I did contract work on Riverview, I think. When did I get that tractor? If you're talking about the Quad Versatile, I just got it today at the beginning of the stream. The big Roy was kind of fumbling around on the steep hills, and I was thinking, I mean, when I started today, we had almost 900 grand. And I'm down to 100,000 because I've spent 600 grand on that quad tractor, and I just spent $300,000 on a wheel loader. But yeah, I just figured we got the money, we'll throw some money around. Is that all I got? I was ready to say, no, it can't be all. That's all I got out of here. Just took a second to start respawning some stuff is all. So this load here should be another 200,000. And this is all from the veggies that we harvested last year, along with the tomatoes and chili peppers that were growing in the greenhouses. Watch out for Sam. And yes, Sam will be coming with us to Kenley. Sam is the only thing we take from us from live stream to live stream. Oh yeah, and the Franks. The Franks follow us along as well. No, 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 no. Almost tipped over. Coming in too hot. So that was a little bit better. That was like 215,000 or so. All right, Brian, try to enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Headed off to work and all. At least hope you have a good day at work. But I appreciate you stopping on in for a bit. And enjoy the rest of your weekend. Driving through that fog right there, I had a flashback to yesterday. If you were with us yesterday when I was racing on Forza Horizon 5, I had a race that was set in morning fog, and man, that was those races there. I don't know if they were entertaining to watch, but man, I did not race that well in that fog. Is that? That's like a load and a half. All right, we'll go sell it. I thought about just waiting until I get a full load, but we'll go sell it. Think Giants got a little carried away with the fog. It would be nice, because I heard some people that don't like the fog at all, if they could actually make that an option. Because it's a weather effect. I've done it twice to get rid of the fog, but I forgot which command it is. But of course, if you're on console, or if you're on PC, you don't have the dev commands or know how to do it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get rid of the fog, but they should make that an option to be able to turn it on or off. You had the same race today and another one after it. Not funny. Yeah, those fog races on Forza. Yeah, rather difficult. I can't remember. I know the first fog race because I did the race twice. I think the first fog race I finished last. And then in my second attempt, I think I finished like 5th or 6th, maybe? If you make your auto-load trailer from a 2-layer to a 5-load, will that make it top-heavy or not? Yes. Of course it makes it more top-heavy. My trailer is set up for stacks of 3. Because the weight just gets to be a little bit too much. And if I did 5, if I did more stacks, I think the truck would struggle a little bit more. See if I can remember what the command is for fog. They'll show up here. Ground level density 0. There you go. So I got rid of the fog. So if you go into dev command, if you just type in fog, you're looking for fog ground level density, then put the value at 0. That eliminates the fog. But I think it does it just for the in-game day that you're in. When you sleep through the night, it'll reset. Wait until you race in the sandstorm. Fun. We've had a couple sandstorm races, and it wasn't that bad. Not like the fog. The fog was terrible. Done a couple of quests and races in the sand. I'm not sure. Again, I have played off camera on Forza Horizon, so I don't remember if I did those races on stream or not in the sand. So I think I probably need some more carrots for the green veggie production. In Forza, the only ones you get are the 3 race series championships. Yeah, that's why I thought. So what I try to do when I've done the championship races, which I've done, I think, total of 3 of them, and we did one yesterday, I only accept if I finish first or second, for the most part. What was I doing? Oh yeah, veggie production, carrots. 30,000 liters of carrots will be fine. Okay, the one game I did not check on, because the fall Next Fest, I don't know if it's still going on this weekend or not, but it just happened. I need to check to see if Farmer's Dynasty was there or not. Let's see, am I all set for the month? Because we're back up to $500,000 in the bank account. That's nice. Oh, cement factory. I probably do I really need to? Not really, but it's on my mind, so I'll come down and do it. Which is get the stones in there. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm pretty much. I'll probably stop doing this cement and maybe even the sawmill. Unless I just want to cut down some trees just because it makes up the farming. But really, I think we're pretty much done with a lot of this production stuff down here. Chickens and horses. Add 9,000 liters. Let's grab the telecan there and we'll put some hay in their trough. We got a couple of hay bales we can give them. Yeah, but what I'm looking for in a championship series or a season, it's kind of like, you know, like what F1 does or NASCAR does, where you get, I don't know how many races are in F1, like 16 or 18 races. NASCAR is like, well, it used to be like 30 or 36. Let's see, how do I want to, because I only want 2 bales, but I think I'll grab 3 of them. Don't think I'm going to get through the door with all these because the door is just wide enough if the bales are kind of stacked correctly. But it's not wider than the telehandler, so it should go in. Okay, what am I hitting? The trash can? I guess so. No, 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 no. Can I push these along? Oh, I can. Alright. Okay, but they're not going to get into the trigger now, are they? This will be a little tricky. Please tell me that's in the trigger. It was. Alright. Grab that one there. Probably not going to take that bale because it's probably too much food. Let me just see if they're... Yep. 80,000 liters, so they got too much food. But they'll take that bale in the next month or two. Alright, bring this back over to the pelletizing hall, because that's where we'll need it next, I hope. All right. Fields are planted. Money just keeps rolling in. And I'm not too concerned about maximizing our money with all the productions down in the village. So if they run out of material, they run out of material. But I think overall we are set to... Yeah, let's just go to May. Probably skip... Well, I don't want to say skip. I want to make sure I keep putting carrots in the veggie production. Along with parsnips and red beet. So I do want to try to use that stuff up. Although, again, with the amount of money we're making from there, it's not like it's very crucial for us, but... Probably should double check. I should not have any weeds in these fields. Wait, back to here. No, we're looking fine. Alright, veggie production. Let me just double check on some things. Okay, we ran out of carrots. Parsnips and red beet both take 40,000 liters. So 60,000 carrots, 40,000 of the other two, and I should be out of peas. I did feed Sam at the start of the stream, which was February, but yeah, he's okay. But if I remember to feed him here in a minute, I will. Again, if you're not too familiar with Farming Simulator 25, I technically not feeding Sam, which is our dog, doesn't It's not like he's going to starve. He's probably stealing some carrots out of the carrot boxes at the veggie production, be my guess. Alright, parsnips and red beet. Let's see, carrots, red beet, so 40,000 liters of red beet. I will say the way the farmyard turned out, it looks pretty good, as far as I'm concerned. Not exactly the vision I had in my brain on day one here, but I think it turned out okay. Alright, so now for the parsnips, which we still going to have over 500,000 liters in storage. Well, it looks like my glitch has returned after doing many loads. We can't see the parsnips loading into the trailer. But they're in there. Oh yeah, the one thing I didn't check on, again, it's not too crucial, but that's got water, that's got water. That does not have water. Alright, so to make Panther Killer happy, or as they requested, we're going to go over and we're going to feed Sam. There, food in the food bowl. Now we're going to grab our Deutz. I keep thinking it's a 7T, but I think it's an 8T. Yes, it is an 8T. Alright, let's go top off our greenhouses with some water. So yep, the fog is back after I slept a month. But again, I can delete the fog if I just go fog and do ground level density, get that up, and then value of 0. Wait, that didn't get rid of the fog that time. What? Ground level density 0. Okay, it cleared it the first time, but not the second time? Interesting. And lights don't really... Lights just make it worse. Should have filled it first? Well, I might as well have used the 20,000 liters of water that was in it. That way, I only have to make one trip down here. Because the greenhouse is going to take majority of this. But you're saying height. Wasn't it, I thought it was ground level density I was looking for. I don't think it's height. Yeah, it's not height, but it should have been ground level density. Interesting. There we go. We're out of the fog anyways now. I mean, honestly, I probably could get rid of these greenhouses because, I mean, we're making enough. We got enough money. I know I keep saying I don't have anything else to spend money on, but I keep thinking of ways to spend it. But I really can't think of anything else to even spend it on foolishly. Alright, that leaves me with 46,000 liters of water, which should run the veggie production for a while. Just trying to get the water tanker in the corner here. because it gives me enough room to get the semi-trailer in here. Yep, can you hear the water going in? So that'll just automatically just keep feeding that. And yeah, let's get into the month of June. I don't think our crops will be ready for harvest yet. I think we may have to go another month. We'll see. Yeah, let's just go. Oh, I may not have moved the eggs from the chickens. So I may wake up in the morning and may say no more space for eggs at the chickens, but that's okay. Yep, no more space for eggs. Well, we'll go down and take care of that because I don't want that spamming at me for the next however long it would be. Do we have any crops that are ready? That's a negative, Blackbird. We don't have any crops that are ready. Let's enter this vehicle here. Because I'm thinking we probably have gone through all the carrots again. No, we have not. That is kind of odd. Why? Oh, I see why. We're too full of organic waste. And pig food again. That stopped productions. Oh yeah, I gotta reset the trailer. Or let me rephrase that, I gotta reload the trailer. Because we can't see the crop in it. Organic waste is just about that. It's not worth that much to me at all. All right, after I dump this in, I will reload the trailer, and that should solve the glitch of not being able to see what's in it, I think. All right, let me go to here, reload. All right, let's see what happens when I empty out the pig food, if that shows up in the trailer. It should do. There we go. We can see it again. Yeah, I'm not going to really bother topping off the the veggie production for this month. We'll get right into July, where I think the barley should be ready for harvest. I know I looked at it last stream, but I got to remind myself because I was starting to think harvesting. We're going to want someone following behind us with the baler. And I think it's this baler I'm using. Yes, that's the one I have. Requires 245 horsepower, so the Deutz can handle that. Chicken should have enough feed. Horses we know are good because they got all that hay. And yes, chickens got plenty, so we're good. So yes, let's go ahead and... More houses, you say. I say, time for you to leave. That's what... I'm not building any more houses. Yes, let's get to the month of July where we should have something to harvest. Hello, TK Collins. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Have you seen the game called Ship Graveyard Simulator 2? Yeah, the game's been out for... If it's what I'm thinking of, it's been out... Or maybe it was a demo. But, that game's been out for a little while. At least I think it has, but I might be wrong there. Right, move all that stuff to the side. And yeah, we actually got 2 fields that are ready. So, well, let's jump into this vehicle here, the John Deere. Let's open up the door. See, we need some fuel. Am I not close enough? There we go, $1,000 worth of diesel. Well, this, I mean, they're both the same headers, just the color design. That's different. We'll try to grab the correct one. Might not be able to get this out of here because the header's kind of shifted to the side, but we got it. Alright, fold in the header. Straw swath is probably off because last thing I harvested was sunflowers, so we'll turn that on. Alright, and yes, I'm hiring a worker for this. 2 headlands, 2 round corners. We'll do that again. 5% overlap. That looks fine. Generate course. Alright, so a couple things I need to do. I should have prepped up for it. The Deutz is going to be doing the baling, but I want my 1050 up at the farm. That's going to be on the grain, or aka crop chaser, emptying out the combine, and we're going to be in the Deutz doing the baling and getting the bales over to the pelletizer to start making some pellets. I'm not going to try to harvest both fields at once. That's going to be too much hassle. And I don't need to be rushing along this harvest season. Because I do believe after this harvest season, we get through all the straw bales. I'll be done here in New Hope. I don't think I want to go into year 13. Oh, I do see there's rain in the forecast as well. Lovely. Let me get up to the farm and get the crop chaser on the 1050, and I'll see what time the rain's going to be here and how long it will be here for. That will determine how I want to put the time scale on. And the reason why I don't have a worker following the harvester making bales right away, I don't want the worker getting stuck on bales. Oh, that's right. You got to... Can't open both doors at the same time, so you got to close those to open up that. And I forgot that's not in here this year. Alright, so we'll close that. I'll reopen that. Yes, I think I'd actually park that in this shed, right? Yes, there it is. All right, the John Deere is getting almost to the point where it's going to be full, so let's get up there and we'll unload it. Then I'll grab the Deutz, our baler, and we'll start baling myself. Make sure I switch the baler, though, to 249 bales, so they'll be pretty large capacity-sized bales. You download the Windrower with arms. Are they any good? The Windrower with arms. You kind of lost me on that. Do you mean the baler with arms? Because these are Windrowers. I'm thinking you mean... I don't know if I got that mod loaded. Oh, these. The baler with the Windrowers on them. I mean, yeah, if you're making like grass in the hay, these are very good to use because it saves you a trip from going around windrowing it and then baling it. You can do it for a 2-for-1. We are no longer a New Hope. What happens to the farming equipment? Just stays here. Honestly, probably after my last stream on New Hope, I'll probably just delete the save file altogether. And the reason why I'll delete the save file is because I don't plan on coming back to this farm at all. And if I do want to play back on New Hope, I would want to play on the latest version, which has some map updates to it. Let's drive the Deutz through the woods here. Alright, I want to switch this over to 242. 249. That's what we want. So these bales should be about 55,000 liters? I'm not sure. Now the first bale, I'm not sure if it's going to be a full, the 249 bale, because it already had straw in it. So it may be just double the size, and that's what it looks like it's going to be. So the first bale is going to be a 242, not a 249. So that's about, I think it was 18,000 liters in that one. Can you donate the save file to someone else? I mean, if they prefer to have it, I'm not sure why they would want it. The thing is, yeah, I can give you the save file, but you're going to have to download all the mods that I've been using. Trying to play on different maps, but it says you're not an experienced farmer. We recommend you play in Riverbend Springs, so I figured to stay on Riverbend Springs. I'm not sure what that is all about. Or maybe I have seen that and just ignored that altogether. I'm not sure. Has anyone else experienced what TK Collins just said about they can't go to another map because they're not an experienced farmer? I don't know what that is all about. Alright, so you can see our 249 bale. I underestimated what size bale it's going to be because right now we're at 75,000 liters on the bale and it's not quite full. Alright, back into the 1050. I don't think I've even dropped any bales yet. So, as for the barley, wheat, and all the cereal crop that we're harvesting this year, no, I'm not going to put down a grain mill to make flour and a bakery to make bread or anything like that. We're just going to, right now, I'm just going to store the grain, and if I decide to sell it in the upcoming winter, if I get that far, we will do so. But right now, we're just going to store it. Oh yeah, the rain. When's the rain? Not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you're not an experienced farmer, it wasn't telling you you're not an experienced farmer. You guys had me all lost in that. I mean, I may have seen that before, but I don't. Like a lot of times I do things, I probably ignored it. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, when I get down to this corner, we're going to bring the bales on the baler. We're going to bring them to the pelletizing hall and just make sure that it will take the bales. Although we've already tested it out and it took the 242s, it should take 249s. This is why I was not too worried about not getting to the baling right away, because Harvester can only harvest at 6 miles an hour, and I think this modded baler can do 16, I think. What's the, on this modded baler? Yeah, working speed is 16. Alright, let's turn off the baler. And I'll also take out the bale that's there. Alright, so the first one, that's the one that was like half full at 41,000 liters. This is a full bale, a really full bale, 81,000 liters, and that's 18,000. Alright, so we need to fire up the T8. Turn on the pelletizer. And let me struggle to get these on the correct way. See how finicky this wants to be today. Let's see if we'll also see if the pellets want to spawn out. And that is rolling. And I definitely want to make sure it takes the 249 bales, because if it doesn't, then doing the rest of the field with 249s would be useless. Alright, while that's rolling, let me get to the combine. Which is, I see it over there. When you make hay, usually cut the grass, ted it, then windrow it, and it takes ages to do so. Plus, I can't make silage bales out of 240 bales, only 220s. Yeah, the base game wrapper max is 220. Unless you got Farmer G's set up, and then you can do 240s, or up to even 249s. Again, Giants, if you happen to see this stream at some point, when we're in the combine, we can see the total in the grain trailer that we're unloading into. How about if we're unloading a harvester, we can see how much is inside the harvester. All right, well, instead of tabbing through all my vehicles, let's go ahead and just get back into, well, we'll get into here. It appears that it took that whole bale. Wait a minute. Okay, something is going on here. Where's all the straw pellets? There's none in the baler. There's none in the hopper. This is not running at all. Well, enough of trying doing it proper right now. I gotta see what's going on here. What happened to everything? Whoops. So that's 41,000 liters. There's no way it went through all those 81,000 liters of pellets because I don't got nothing here. Okay, you recognize the 41,000 liters of straw. It just disappeared. It just disappeared. All right, let me reload that. All right, how about this? Let me get a square bale, 240 straw. Combine needs to be unloaded, but whatever. I don't care that I lost a straw. We're not getting pellets. I don't. I'm doing this just to show off the pelletizer and all that. There we go, straw pellets. All right, so we'll let that go. Wait, hang on a second. Let me get to... Where the heck are you? You're over there. All right, we'll make sure the combine keeps going. I'll make one more full-size bale at, what was it, 81,000 liters? We'll have to see if that's glitching out the pelletizer. Well, I'm not going to be able to unload the entire combine load. There we go. Why not just sell the pellets, the pallets from the baler to the sell point? The pellets. Well, yes, like Crystal just said, you get a little bit more cash on hard economy, not as much, of course, but you get a little bit more cash as selling it as a pallet. And also, I'm just really just kind of showing off what the straw harvest DLC has to offer, because some people may not want to put down the pelletizing hall, so at least they can see it all running. Someone left a semi and semi-trailer in the way. Again, honestly, after dealing with the pellets last season and a couple seasons before this, just with the Primos, I don't really care about doing pellets, but I don't mind doing something different and showing it off, so people that may not have used it or are thinking about using it can at least see what it does. Combine needs to be unloaded. You should... Oh, you're over there. I knew that. I thought you would at least made it around, started going up and down, but I kind of forgot. This is not sunflower that we're harvesting. This is not poppy, which I did not plant for the last season. This is a cereal crop, so it's going to fill up rather quick. Kind of in the Frank's way here. Thought there was a 91K bale. I think it was. I thought it was 81. But no, you're not. You're not seeing things. That's what Farmer G's baler pack does. 9 times the size, so it's like 81,000 liters. All right, so we do got a pallet out here. All right, let's go make another bale. Then I'll try. It could be the bale is glitching out the pelletizer because it's too much straw for it, maybe. In 19, I made pretty good cash on No Man's Land when he teleported to Sussex Farm. Brandon, I think I'm going to have to promote you to like my public relations manager or something because I don't remember doing that. But I remember doing pellets in 19. I just don't remember where and how it went. I mean, at least I remember teleporting to a lot of maps when I was on No Man's Land. So we're going to find out here in just a little bit. I'm going to get a full bale of 81,000 liters of straw. We'll put that into the Primos, and maybe the problem could be happening to where the Primos does have a capacity for making straw pellets, and maybe it's crashing out the XML file because I'm putting too much straw in at once with one bale. I remember going to No Man's Land in the storyline. I remember going to Washoe, Nevada. I think that's where the horse No Name came along. I remember going to Wither Farms after No Man's Land. Every once in a while, I still get comments on those videos, though, what mod they need to teleport from one map to another. Alright, we're going to take the baler over. We're going to try putting in the 81,000 liter bale and see what happens. Alright, so just to be sure, this should be 81,000 liters. Yep, 81,000 liter bale. Even Sam's come over to watch and investigate what's going on here. Alright, so the best thing to do, I think, is to get into the New Hollands. We can see 81,000 liters of straw. So we'll wait until my next stream to find out, by the time the bale gets to the Primos, what's going to happen. And the first farm you teleported to was Sussex Farm to do the pellets. Not sure what's happening to the game there, but boy. Okay, so that bale is too big. So, yeah, what's the capacity of the Primos? I think that's the problem. I'm putting in a bale that's too high capacity. I forgot how to find that. Let me go to here, because I forgot what a category it's under. But if I go to Krone and then down to here. Hello, Primos, where are you? Can do 9,000 liters. Alright, so this bale here is going to be too big. Alright, so not that big of a deal, but we're going to have to change the bale size back to a 242. So the problem that we're having here with the Primos, well, it's not really a bug or anything with the Primos. The Primos can only hold 9,000 liters of pellets, and I'm putting in 81,000 liters of straw, and it's just bugging out the system. So I think 9,000 liters bale is the biggest I can put on there and not have problems. Because I did the 242 bales as a test, and it went through no problem. So from now on, if anyone's got questions about my previous videos or streams, you may want to go and ask Branding Iron, because he remembers way more than I do. Alright, so let's make some smaller bales of straw, and we'll see if we can get back on track here with the pellets. So is this standard? Wait, how big is this bale going to be? I did switch it to a 940, or sorry, 242. Okay, wait a minute. I better go test this out. I may have to switch it just to a regular bale. I thought those bales I initially made were... I don't know. Okay. Couple 100,000 liters of straw is being just deleted off the face of the earth here on New Hope. How big is this bale? 18,000 liters, so they may have just been all regular bales I put in before. Alright, so gotta be standard bales that we use. Oops. Okay, so just regular 240s is all I can do. Alright, so... even more so not wanting to do pellets. I'm starting to think I may not do pellets beyond this field. All the other crops, I may just say the heck with it. Or at this point, just take the Primos into the field and make pellets that way. So the first bale, because it's already started, is going to be too big. So this is going to be an 18,000 liter, which is too much. Alright, so I'm going to let this first bale come out. And this bale will go to the horses or something. I say or something. It's the only other thing I really could use it for. I suffer from CRS quite a bit. Well, I didn't mind if we were going to be able to do the pellets with 9 times size the bales, capacity-wise. I'm not too thrilled about doing it on standard bales. So all this cereal crop I got planted, it might be just this field alone that we do straw pellets. Oh, that's good. Park your 1050 on the swath where you got to go bale. That's smart. You can put more than one bale on the belt in the pelletizer, but it's only going to take one bale at a time. So basically, the only way around the Primos and what I'm trying to do, or was trying to do, was I could mod the Primos, or make it modded Primos, where the capacity of the pellets is, say, let's just say 100,000 liters. That way it will take a 81,000 liter bale and be able to process it. I was trying to eliminate the number of bales that we had to process, but that's, as we see, that's not going to work. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, because this is definitely have changed the way I thought I was going to do things, is I need to grab the low loader, which is over here by the veggies. Apparently I dragged out the other header for the other combine by pulling out the first one. Oh, I shouldn't be... Uh-oh. Driving the 18-wheeler in the field, not the smartest move. But I'm just hauling bales, so hopefully it's not an issue. Let's see, hopefully this will... Oh, I gotta turn it off first, and then... Alright, I want it on the other side. I mean, not that it matters, but it's a few feet here or there. Sam knows where the action is. So yeah, it's going to be way more work than I wanted to do, so I think just do one field of straw pellets. Maybe even not that much. We'll see how much I do before I get irritated with it. Oh, wasn't down all the way. So there wasn't a problem with the Primos before when I reloaded it. It was just that I was loading too high of a capacity of a bale for it. So in a second we should see pellets coming out of the belt and into the hopper. Yeah, there it goes. So while that's going on, I can unload the combine. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. I'll let the combine put the swath down. I'm not too sure. Not too sure if I want to be doing a whole lot of straw pellets at this rate. I wouldn't mind if the bales were at 81,000 liters and it processed them even at the same speed as doing now. But since it's glitching out the whole system and it just deletes the whole bale completely, well, that's not going to work out too well. All right, all this barley into here. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm going to sell all this barley, wheat at the end of the series. Probably just leave it into the silo. Because there's going to be a lot of trips on down, but we'll see. Because what I'm going to be having to do if I keep wanting to do these straw bales is I have to keep on top of them to keep a processor going. Yep, I'm going to try 4 bales. This could go bad. Am I too far? Yeah, that's too far. And the combine needs to be unloaded. As much as I'm trying to make making straw pellets somewhat fun, the game keeps making it back to where it's like, yeah, I don't want to do it anymore. Hashtag no more straw pellets. Hashtag no hay pellets either. Bad enough, I call you Uncle John. What? You brought that one up, not me. You started that. Might as well follow the John Deere right to the end of the row. Pelletizer stopped. Oh, I probably got too many pallets of pellets on the belt. At least I hope that's the problem. Yes, it is. Alright, that should be back up and running, right? It is. Sam has found his way into the pelletizing hall. I was wondering if giants are going to let animals eat pellets such as rabbits or guinea pigs or something like that. Well, I know in FS22, modded pens would take pellets, be it hay, although I'm not sure about straw pellets, but they would take hay pellets. So I'm not sure if giants will, but I'm pretty sure modders will bring it into the realm. So you can see the hopper is getting full in the pelletizer. And honestly, though, making pellets to feed the animals, at least in 22 the way it was, you're not gaining anything, really, by spending all that time and effort making pellets, because 1 liter is just 1 liter. I'm trying to remember, there was a map out there where they had rabbits and you had to feed them. We didn't have to feed them that, but pellets were an option. I'm not sure if Giants is going to introduce that. But I mean, as you can see how much work you got to put into to make pellets and how much money you got to do to make it run, it does make you think, is it worth it? Currently, I say no. That's why I told you guys last time. You see me saying, should we do pellets? Someone reach out and smack me. I'd rather have 3 pea harvesters going at once in 3 different fields. You just check the pens take straw pellets? I didn't think to check on that. Let's see here. If I go to cows, that is straw pellets. Yes. But feeding robot straw pellets. It does show sorry, hay pellets. It shows hay pellets. Do the sheep? I'm pretty sure they would. Yeah, so the sheep take hay pellets. Why doesn't it show the cows take straw at all? Why is that? When we know they do. Alright, well, I mean, if they take hay pellets, I'm sure they'll take straw pellets. I'm trying to figure out why am I making more straw bales. That's a lot of bales. Oh, man. If they only took the 249s, I mean, it does take it, but it just deletes it. Alright, I'm just going to bail up this row here. And then the rest, I may just leave there. And like Crystal kind of just said, maybe I'll take the Primos out and just make straw pellets that way. But even then... Alright, turn that off. Luckily on this series, like I said, at the end here, we're bringing in a whole bunch of cash. I spent a whole bunch of cash on it just to try it out. That way you guys can see it and see how it operates. We tried a few things to see if we can make it a better operation. But every time I try something, it just seems to backfire, so... Alright, we'll keep, we'll unload the combine, because whoever the worker is, they've been kind of waiting patiently for about 5 minutes or so. I am kind of curious about something. Although just as I thought it, Lindsay did type it. So use the Primos in the field and maybe empty out the pellets into the crop chaser, and then I can bring the crop chaser. I don't know. Wait, can the crop chaser even fit into? Let's see if the crop chaser would back into the door. Might be too fat. Although the Fendt made it through with the dual wheels. But boy, that would be hard to get it into the trigger to unload. Alright, that will actually fit through the door. So basically what kind of Lindsay just said a few seconds ago and what my brain was thinking at the same time was use a Primos in the field to make the pellets. I could unload the pellets from the pelletizer into like the crop chaser and then unload that into the hopper. I don't remember the name of the map on, or at all, what it was with the rabbits and the ducks that took the pellets, but as we can see, the base game is taking pellets as well. So just as an example, now we're just testing things out here. Let me just make sure that we got room to do this here. Horses, yeah, they got some room here. Let's go open this up for a second. Let me spawn in hay pellets. Is this alphabetical order? It is. Can I do hay General, crops, bags, mods, and DLCs. Okay, so hay pellets. Alright, so we got a pallet of hay pellets. Hay goes in here. Oh, if I can get it. Is that accepted? Can it take a pallet? Although this is a modded horse pen, so maybe it can't. That is a symbol for pellets. Am I mistaken on that? That is the symbol for hay pellets. Okay, does it have to go into... maybe it can't take it by the pallet. Maybe it's got to be loose pellets. Okay, so it maybe needs to be loose pellets. I don't know how I'm going to get a trailer in here to put hay in. Let me grab this. Hello, Benji. Welcome. Hope you've been well. Welcome to, we're testing out the straw pellets and all that kind of wonderful stuff that it brings to the game. Trying out things to see how we make it a better production, if you will. So right now I'm just going to try to see... It won't take a pallet of pellets. But let's see if I can get it to take hay pellets in this trough here. Let's see here. I got to do... Okay, straw pellets, dry corn. Oh, hay pellets, fill. I don't think it's going to take it here. I think it's going to take it inside the barn. Oh no, it'll go in here. Alright, so let me just double check this. Hey, we're at 43,600. Yeah, so it's 1-for-1. I do believe. It's 1-for-1. Alright, let me just empty this back out here. Empty. Alright, where was I? I think I need to find... Oh, that was my 1050. There it is. So, yeah, if you want to feed your animals hay... we haven't tried the straw yet. But if you want to feed them hay pellets, and I'm going to assume it's going to be the same with the straw pellets, you will not be able to put them into pallets. Well, see, that's the thing, Bob, about why the animals don't die, or however you want to phrase it, in Farming Simulator. Because if they did that kind of stuff, it wouldn't be rated E for everyone. Which limits to where you can advertise the game as well. I'm not sure what the rating is for Minecraft, but of course, Farm Sim is... Whoops, I'm not done unloading you yet. Farming Simulator is E for everyone. But you can find mods on third-party websites, which I do believe I got activated for the series. Hang on a second. Is that still activated, or did I delete that mod by now? Where is it? Oh, the butcher shop. So, yeah, there is a butcher shop where we can bring... let's see, pigs, chickens, sheep, and cows to make stuff. Not horses, because I got horses. I do got chickens, though. But last time I talked to Farmer G, because Farmer G did try that butcher shop, it actually loses money, so it's not worth doing. That's why I haven't done it in any series. And I haven't checked on the mod from the mod author to see if they have changed anything. And I'm getting rather tired of going into XML files recently to trying to figure out what I need to do to make some money. Alright, what I want to test out now are boy, this is sometimes a mouthful. A pallet of straw pellets, to see if a pallet is accepted as a... Will it take it as a pallet, or does it need to be loose pellets? Let me just make sure... Yeah, they got plenty of room for straw. 12,392. No, don't shut me in here. Alright, so yeah, you can't put the pellets on a pallet if you want to use them for your animals. Actually, let me just make sure. We'll do the test. Butcher shop is still losing money. Alright, that's what I kind of figured. Hay pellets, straw pellets. Now we'll just see if it will take pellets at all. Although I'm not sure this trailer will fit into the trigger, but we'll give it a go. Nope, it'll take it. We'll just make sure it does actually take it. Wait, did it push me out of the trigger? Wait, straw, 12,000 liters. Okay. No more capacity for straw pellets. Are you sure about that? Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, it says it's full, but I don't know. I don't know. Enter vehicle. But again, we're leaving this map here, and next stream here might be the last one on New Hope. And then we'll be all set to go to Kingley. But yeah, we're just trying out the pellets again just to see if anything has changed, and then you guys can decide if you want to use it, if it's worth it. I can't see myself doing this again in 25. Unless a mod comes out somewhere, I don't know. Now again, the straw pellets I just put into that horse barn, that's a modded pen. So maybe it's not quite configured for the straw pellets, although it took it, but it didn't show it. So it's one of those things, is it actually in there? And if so, is it going to use? I have no idea if it's going to use it or not. I mean, it accepted it. Does that show? No, that's the wrong button. Oh, horses right there. So again, it doesn't show, even on that riding stable, that it takes straw to show if it takes straw pellets, which we saw that it does, because it took it. But why is it not showing, like on these pens, that they take straw? I'm not even talking straw pellets. It should take straw. I'm trying to remember. Wait, does a cow barn... Cow barn doesn't come with a manure pit. Because you have to put the manure pit down before it takes... No, you should be able to put straw in it. You just won't get manure until you put a manure pit down. So why wouldn't it show that it takes straw? I'm overthinking this probably way too much at this point. But that's where we are in the series. I don't really, you know... I'm just testing some things out here. Boy. I'm trying to figure out if I want to just get rid of this whole system. and do the Primos in the field. Now, let's get this out of there. Now, let's go ahead and turn that off. What am I actually on here? We're on that. Okay, we'll fold that up. That's going to do some wondrous things. We'll fold this up as well. All right, let me get out of here, hopefully. I think the Primos is stuck on the hopper of the pelletizer. Let's drop off the belt of the Primos. We don't want that on there, so we can... Nope, okay, that's the wrong one. We need to... Yeah, throw that over there. So again, I want to look at this Primos again. Where is it? Primos. It says 350 horsepower, but the working speed... Okay, working speed is only 6 miles an hour, so... The T8 has like 100 more horsepower than it requires. But here's the thing, if I have it like following a harvester on a worker, the harvester is only going at 6 miles an hour. Okay, so what I want to see is... It might be just a little bit too high for this, but let me go ahead and empty this out. I think this power tube is a little bit too tall for it. Although I do believe I can reconfigure this back down to a lower capacity. And since I'm not using this, this was our original trailer that I was using in the fields when we first came here. But now that we got some other trailers, maybe I can configure this back to a lower capacity and it will work. But I'm just kind of curious to see if this will... Just to showcase and see if it will. That way you guys can use it if you want to. So we'll keep the pelletizer haul, but we'll bring the pellets and empty it that way. That belt should be on... Pulling up to the wrong baler. Ooh, that belt is higher than I thought it would be. Can I adjust that belt? Oh, you can. That belt does go higher. Alright, so now the question becomes, and the AgroStar may not be the best thing to use here because it's got the dual wheels on it. So we'll swap out one Deutz for another. Complain about the working speed of the Primos 19.2. I remember, I almost said the B word, complaining about it as well. But I think what I was complaining about mostly is what it says for required horsepower, it seems to be like it needs more than what it says. I remember in 19, but I can't remember like what you guys were talking earlier. What I did last week is I think I had a tractor with a lot more horsepower. Yes, I was probably going uphill and whatnot, but still not being able to still even get near the top speed of 6, maybe. So right now, the series of New Hope has become testing out the straw harvest pack. Am I going to build? I don't think this is going to work. I might be wrong, but this may not work. Nope. So do I have to back it into the trigger? Will that work? I don't really want to use the scoop either. No, that will not work. Alright, so if I want to do a setup like this, where the Primos is in the field and I just empty the pellets into a trailer, I would probably need a crop chaser / chaser bin. But the problem is going to be getting the auger of the chaser bin into the hopper of the pelletizer. I mean, yes, I can use the crane and bucket, but ugh. So none of these will take pellets. This is the one I have. Will this take pellets? Did I miss it? Wait, I think it does. Use a belt system, but I think Lindsay's point might be a little bit better. What about the wheel loader dumping? I mean, yeah, so basically what I would have to do is... Obviously, let's see, I have to hit Control I to... Wait, can I not? Could I not dump this on the ground? So I can't dump this on the ground. Boy, the game is just irritating me every way with the straw. Yeah, because that would be kind of cool to use the wheel loader for that. Although, the wheel loader might... No, I think the wheel loader would fit in there with the bucket. So, wait, I can probably dump the pellets into the trigger. Right, it's gonna let me dump it into the bays, right? Let me get squared up a little bit better. Can I not dump it? Is it maybe because I don't have enough in the trailer? Hang on a second. Let me get a full trailer here. So we can't unload pellets in here? So wait, what the heck is this? What are these bays for? All right, so I accidentally hit my my mute button. Don't know how long I've been muted for, but that's weird. My OBS wasn't showing that was muted. I just had to reset it. All right, so we're going to try the belt. Been that way for about 5 minutes. Well, I said a lot of things in 5 minutes. Unstrap that. Maybe I was saying some unchoice words that I didn't want you guys to hear. Alright, we'll put that there. Is that still turned on? It is. But at the same time, I need to get the pallets of pellets out. Am I over the... No, we're not. Hopefully that's close enough. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Is it turned on? It is turned on. All right, so... You're not going to allow me to dump right onto the belt. And since I can't dump pellets on the ground... Can't dump pellets on the ground. And the belt won't take them directly either. Wait, is this full? No, we're not full. And we got space. Well, as I keep trying to find different ways to do this, it just doesn't want to. So other than bringing in like an auger wagon or whatever, I mean, other than the way we were doing it, I mean, I'm just trying to find a different way other than, where are we here? So other than filling this up and then going back and unloading it, kind of sucks a bit. So, this is what I was saying earlier about maybe, I think Brandon mentioned back in 19, I complained about the speed of the pelletizer. Is that working speed right now is 2 or 3 miles an hour. It shows it needs 350. We got 430 horsepower. And I'm at 2 miles an hour. And I'm on a slight incline at most. All right, let me just, let's turn that off. Now we're going to go downhill. All right, so at least going downhill, it's hitting 6 miles an hour. And also, I don't know if you caught that, but apparently this is considered harvesting. So I'm harvesting in the rain, therefore I'm losing probably 50%. So when you see when I turn this on, it says harvesting while it rains reduces the yield. So making pellets while it's raining is something you don't want to do either. So at this point, to make, at least on this map here, which we're, since I can't dump the pellets on the ground, all right, let me, no, we'll try this. I think I left the belt there. Okay, this will work. So I'm guessing the trailer... I'm guessing the trailer is not high enough for the trigger on the belt. I thought that would work, but... So let me just try this again. Boy, that trigger's not high enough? Or was I not close enough? Oh, wow. Okay, so I didn't get close enough. Okay, so that will work. I just didn't get close enough. See, yep, the hopper is full. Although my trailer is kind of now trying to mount the belt system. So it's starting to get to the point of, is this worth it? Trying to find a different way of doing it. Because if you got the haul at your farm I mean, my field is just right there, so it's not like too far. But if you're doing, if we look at the map, and this is, say, for instance, you're doing a field like down here. Every time you fill up the Primos with 4,000 or whatever is it? No, 9,000 liters. You fill up with 9,000 liters, you would have to drive back, empty it. So you can put it into a trailer and use a belt to make it work. It's just a little bit of a hassle, that's all. But in my opinion, this whole thing is a hassle. I would almost just say forget the pelletizer haul. Again, let's see. What is straw going for currently? Or straw pellets. Hang on a second. Let me look at straw pellets. Straw pellets are going for 246. So by making it on a pallet, wait, don't go in the 589, because it's 2,000 liters, 589. So I'm actually getting like $80 more or $40 more per 1,000 liters on hard economy because I put it on a pallet. So, is it worth this haul? Cost what, 350,000? Was it under productions? I think it's 350,000 for this, isn't it? Yeah, $350,000 for the pelletizer haul to get $40 more per 1,000 liters. I mean, yes, with straw and everything, you are going to make a lot of straw. Well, I'll leave it up to you. It's a hardware issue between the chair and the keyboard. Got that right. I'm still, my brain is still running on Windows 95, probably. Nah, maybe Windows 97, because that was a piece of crap. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just showing it off so, I could try it out to see if it's been a while since I tried it out because I forgot how it ran, or at least maybe the way it did run back in FS19. I don't think I used straw pellets at all in 22 because I had flashbacks in 19. And in 25, I still find it to be, I mean, it's an interesting concept to put into the game. But, yeah, trying to find ways to make it run a little bit better. I mean, of course, you could go in the XML files and change a lot of stuff yourself if you wanted to. So, like, I tried... The first thing we tried today was using Farmer G's baler to reduce the amount of bales it would process. Like, oh, sure, let's just make each bale 81,000 liters. And we don't have to watch the bales slowly load in. Well, that bugged out the system, so that didn't work. And now we're just trying to find ways to make the whole system run, I don't want to say faster, but maybe more convenient, at least for my style. And I mean, yes, it's doable. But again, for the price you're selling stuff for, seems like a lot of work just to make a little bit more money. And the way you can make money in farming simulators, there's so many ways to make a better profit over a better time. To me, my opinion, if asked, unless you have fun doing this, then I would say it's, the pelletizer haul, not worth it. Even the Primos, Man, that like I said, just showed a little while ago. If I can get back into my, oh, it's right here. That was not a steep hill I was going up. And I was at 1/3 of the working speed. So yeah, that kind of sucks a little bit. Well, I mean, it was a good $800,000 spent for the hull, the pelletizer, the belt. You know, a good $800,000 spent to remind myself on other series not to do that again. Not again. But anywho, I think for the last 3 hours I've been on this. But yeah, for the last 3 hours we've been doing nothing but straw pellets, basically, just testing things out and trying to do things. But I've learned what I can and can't do. But the main thing I learned is last series I do pellets in 25. Unless a mod comes out where it makes me want to retry it, but I'm not sure. I think I'm at that point though where I think I've had enough of today anyways. Maybe you guys have as well. I will be back streaming on Monday. Yes, Monday I do believe is when I'll be back. And I do believe on Monday, currently I think I will be doing American Truck Sim with the new Halloween event that's out. I do have a video going out tomorrow on it. So if you're a channel member, you already have access to the video. But tomorrow you'll see my first Halloween event delivery, and it's kind of interesting. I do like the way it looks, so you may want to give that a go. But yeah, my next live stream should be on Monday for ATS. If you're wondering when I'll be back here on New Hope, I'm not sure if it'll be next week. Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be out of town. I think Thursday I'll be back home. And there's a couple of the games or demos that got released during Next Fest. We may be looking at a couple different games on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. So I don't know if I'll be on New Hope at all. Again, I'm kind of dragging out New Hope until Kingley comes out in November, because that's where we're going after this. And I really don't have anything else I really want to do here, personally. I mean, we'll be back on here and do more of a harvest, maybe finish up. Although I'm not selling anything off here, I'm not seeing how much the farm is worth. I mean, it's kind of like a one more harvest, kind of a wrap up kind of a thing. And we'll get ready for Kingley, which comes out in a couple of, almost a couple of months, couple of weeks. But yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Again, ATS video out tomorrow. Should be an episode of Shamburgo out on Monday before the live stream, which I'll be recording later on here today. So be prepared for that. So you will have Farming Sim next week. This will be on Shamburgo. I'm not sure if I'll be on New Hope next week or not, so stay tuned. But again, Monday right now I plan to do ATS, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm like 85% sure it'll be ATS. So yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Have a good weekend. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you on Monday. But until then, have a good one.